I literally just went live. I realized I didn't have my audio set up or chat open. Hello. Do you even have Discord on this machine? Let's just do a quick post to let people know. I felt like I needed to redeem myself. I fixed that bug. Let's get this finished to some level before I go to bed. No, YouTube, not Twitch. Right. So yeah, I fixed that bug and then had my tea, and I watched the stream back a little bit to see if it looked all right. I moved the light I had behind me to this side because I can't really move the one over here. So hopefully it's slightly better lit. And also, I noticed there's some weird pops and clicks happening, which was probably CPU overload, and I have been trying to crank up the stream quality lately, so I've just notched that down a bit, so maybe that won't happen. We're back. We're back. It was really cool that we actually did eventually get people hanging out earlier. So yeah, I'll show you. So the funny thing about what the issue was before So this is working. It's just we're got a very zoomed in view, so all we're gonna see is grass. In fact, you know what's actually kind of funny? I wonder, we could probably yeah, we can probably, can this number get even bigger? I don't know if this will actually work or if it has to be, oh yeah, it can literally just be anything. So basically it works, right? These are our, this is our seed, you know what I mean? So we could literally, you know, but we're mega zoomed in, right? So the odds are we're not going to see much. Oh, some savannah. But it's kind of funny because what the problem actually was, like everything I was doing just was to check in my code. It's like we did everything perfectly basically, but I got this CSV iteration string from the documentation, and see, this is basically where I got it, right? I copied and pasted this at some point, and it's sort of a little bit of a blank function that just explains how readers work and how you can iterate for a CSV basically. And it basically just leaves it for you to do what you want here. But the funny thing is, what we were doing was immediately storing this, which we're still doing. That's the actual data of that piece of text in the big CSV file, right? In it's not going to show up in, it's in my git ignore, so it'll show up, but in this giant CSV file, right? I wonder if we can see any patterns emerging as we scroll. Yeah, we will be able to. Pretty cool. Right. The problem was, in the documentation, it comes with these sort of flags turned on. Reuse record and reuse record buffer. Basically, by doing this, it's doing what it's saying it's doing. It's reusing the same record and the same buffer every time it's reading from the string, which means that you see here that where it says like defer delete the CSV, it's making it so it's not having to store in memory a different string every time it's going through. It's just going to use the exact same one, and it's allocated to the actual CSV reader so that when you destroy it, it's all gone in memory, so you're getting no memory leaks, right? So it's an optimization, but it's based around the example is based around reading a CSV and using it very quickly. That's the whole point of reusing the same buffer. It's fast. But what happens is when you reuse the same buffer, it basically copies the data from the previous one. So essentially we had like a load of random junk data in each time we're storing in the array, because it's got data of the previous buffer every time. So it's just a bunch of white space and jumbled letters every time that was attempting to be stored, which is why it was sort of hard to trace what was going on. Yeah. But the funny thing is, in the example, because it's just being like dereferenced basically in a printf, you'd never see that data because that's not what you're looking at. So it's fine for stuff like this. If it's being like dereferenced, it would work fine. And so the funny thing is, like, if you wanted to use this like reuse a record, reuse a buffer, it just creates like a bunch of other issues. Like you'd want to copy it, right? So that you wouldn't get that, or you'd want to dereference it somehow. But then you're just going to have the same issue. You're going to have a new piece of data to have to free, because the whole point in those features is for it to be something that you throw away. So basically, don't use them. We're assigning them to a global anyway. And in Odin, if we go to where it's being assigned to the world tile map here, this is where that data gets thrown out. Like, basically, this CSV, this is a global just within this module. So it's all compartmentalized in Odin, this world data. So it gets written here, right? And then it gets returned here and assigned to this world tile map. In Odin, when you assign an array to another array, it's just a copy of the same array. So it's the same data. So you would never free this in this scenario. You just leave it. Like, it's on the heap, it's a global. So nothing, basically, nothing needed to happen. It was like, we needed to do less, not more, basically. So literally, when I thought, wait, I wonder if it is data that's being actually pulled from the CSV, I just went and copied the function into AI and see what it said. Literally, all I did was just delete these two lines, and it fixes it. So there you go. Pretty funny. That was a tricky one to find because it's something that I'm not familiar with. Right. So what we should do now is I'm not really liking where I'm the situation in terms of navigating the file system, which is, I don't use a file tree all the time. I like to just be going around with Vim shortcuts. But the thing is, 90% of the time when I'm working on game dev stuff, it's like I've got a shortcut to go to set up, to update, to input, to render. to my clothes function where we clean up and stuff like that, right? And so that's it. And then I'm just switching between them. But sometimes you're obviously doing something different and you're not going around in the loop the same way. This is a separate module, as I'm just using a file tree. So yeah, for this, I looked it up how to do this and saved it on my phone. This is where I have my little cat stand. To put my phone on the side so I can see. What we're going to do is going to implement a camera view. And make this world a lot bigger so we can investigate the results of the algorithm. And once we've done that, hopefully we might be able to get started on adding another one. Yeah, so oh wait, no. We're getting ahead of ourselves. The camera doesn't really make much sense until it has something to follow, does it? Yeah, so yeah. See if we can do this like sort of from memory. This is a waste of time. Let's not get distracted. This is like one of our character sprites from the game. But we're just gonna transform it. into somebody else. Hey, Bev. You legend. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good, bud. Thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. You legend. It's very generous. Thank you so much. 25 months being subscribed to this channel. It's awesome, Bev. You freaking legend. I'm great, thanks. I was gonna make this guy green, but it's not gonna stand out very much against the background of his green. Alright, that'll do for now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so what we need to do is we need a playable character, essentially, even though it's not really a game. It's just like a little demo to test procedural generation stuff. We still need to be able to have a controllable character. So I am actually gonna set up my usual shortcuts. So we're not doing delta time, are we? So the first thing I actually would do we don't need this file tree right now. Import raylib. And then delta time is going to be a float 32, I would assume, because everything in raylib seems to be a float 32. And then we do dt equals raylib dot what get frame time. There you go, it is a float 32, but I guess lol. Okay. So then I'm gonna go to input. We're actually obviously also gonna want raylib in here, and we're gonna want a speed, player speed or something like that. I'm gonna guess if we do an implied type, it's not gonna work too good. I'm gonna test this. In fact, I'm not even gonna test it. I'm just gonna make it a float 32 because it needs to be multiplied by a float 32. So then, if raylib dot key raylib dot, why is it not auto completing or anything? Key, oh, we didn't alias it. Keyboard is key down, and then does this even matter here? Or can I just do, I can just do this, I think, can't I? Do I just, well, whatever, dude. something like this, isn't it? Oops. Undeclared name D. Oh, it's a dot. It's a dot operator. Gotcha. Right. We'll come back to this because we also need to do another asset load. This is sort of optional. What we could just load an image directly and then render that, but this is actually baking the image into the binary so that when we compile the game and go to run it on Windows or whatever, you don't have to include a folder with the sprites in it. Because we will test this on Windows. Actually, I never even considered this, but yeah, that's my PC right there. So we're totally set up for that. Yeah, we're probably, yeah, there we go. Oh, shit, that's not what I wanted to do, actually. I wanted this. So all we're doing here is we're setting up a global variable that contains a texture for our character. We're baking the actual image file into the binary, basically, into data. And we're putting it straight in the actual file into memory instead of the texture. Okay, right then. I guess what we'll do is I've just thought of something kind of interesting, actually. we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm too curious. Let's do implied type of all this stuff. It's better. It'll all be float 32 anyway, probably. Let's do like 16 or something for this stuff. But you know what? No, we could do. You program the game in C++. Raylib, I assume you want physics staff? Staff? You're looking for a job, bro. I ain't hiring. I'm just a guy. But no, we're not. The game's in Odin and Raylib, and it has no physics. What? Target width and target height. Yeah, we could do. We could do. Target. Wait, hang on. That's weird. No, it's not. Target width, divide by 2. Let me think about this, actually. No, let's go back. We're going to want a little bit of a block for this. Wait, no. No, we're not. We're good. Yeah, we'll just do this. Player speed times delta time So yeah, so yeah. I thought this would be the case. I don't really spend. This is we said we wanted to test out what would happen there, and we got the answer. Because like, it's funny. I don't do that much work in languages where you've got implied types, right? And I think they are a cool thing, but you know, a lot of the time it's not even applicable. Right, yeah, so the funny thing about this right here is that Raylib expects everything to be float 32 because we're testing out, you know, pixel art stuff. We're gonna get dodgy subpixel rendering. So when I floor it, which I think is kind of funny. I think if you want to flip these in Raylib as well. Anyways. Draw, no, Raylib dot draw texture, and it is wait, I forget what this wants already. Yeah, it's texture. Texture 2D, then XY, then tint. Play a sprite. We want to just do player X and player Y and Raylib white, and it's going to moan Hang on, does this... It's I-32 that it wants, not float 32. No, this is float 32. This is so funny. Yeah, because of the delta time. Yeah, we're gonna be better off just sticking everything to float 32 and just converting it at render. Can you view the documentation from the terminal? Sure. But I don't normally need to. 90% of the time, I just go to definition. Like that. And it just takes me to the actual library. And I can just see the parameters and stuff. 90% of the time, that's fine. If it isn't, I just go to the Odin website in my browser. You know, you do also have like full LSP and everything, so you can still, as you type in, have it tell you what it's expecting and stuff like that, like you would in, you know, VS Code or whatever else. Oh wait, hang on. Nope. We aren't deleting this text yet. I was just curious. Alright, anyway. Oops. That's not the right sprite. We've not changed the it's probably unassigned yet, but and Raylib does everything upside down, which is kind of funny as well. There we go. It looks really fast, but we're going to be setting up we're creating gigantic. The point of what we're doing here is to test out. This project's like a test. I only started using Odin like a week ago. This project is, the point is to actually test out a bunch of procedural generation algorithms. So we're sort of setting up a test environment for it. And then we're going to check out these different proc gen methods, which we've already got one good to go. And that's what we're looking at right now. It's just we zoomed really, really far in. So it seems really fast, but honestly, we're gonna want to go fast, probably. So I'll leave it at that for now. Is this keyboard plugged in? The resolution is still 1080, but the game room is basically a 10 yeah, like a 10th of 1080 that's being scaled up. And the reason we're doing that right now is because we just needed. It's probably not going to do that view. But in order to do pixel art with Raylib, you basically do this. You draw it. There's a texture mode. And you basically are drawing onto a texture that's the size of whatever you want the game in sort of internal resolution, however you would want to really refer to it. That's really not what's happening. Like, it actually is 1080. It's just a texture being scaled. But excuse me. Yeah, you basically render a texture at whatever resolution that you want, and then you draw things onto that texture, and then you scale it up. There is also a filter option, which is really important for pixel art as well. I've done this kind of thing before many times, but just in different languages or engines or libraries or whatever. But I actually thought we did. I might be thinking of a different project. Oh no, here we go. So yeah, when we create the window, we are creating a target texture, which is the sort of low res one, and you set a texture filter. So by giving it a point filter, it just keeps it pixel perfect. There's loads of ways you could fuck it up still with pixel art, but as long as you're integer scaling, it's good. So that's one of the reasons anyway that it's the odd resolution right now, because it's just an integer scalable to 1080. And if you don't want to do any basic math, The simple way to get an easy testable integer resolution is if the resolution you're working with ends in a 0, you just knock it off. It's that simple. And it will just work. Maths, lol. Right, so we've done that now. So yes, so I was looking at something I saved on my phone in my notes about a good way to do a camera, because I'm new to Raylib. Okay, so I would assume there is actually no? Yes. A camera type. And we're definitely not being very organized here, but this is just a test for now. We want target. I don't even, yeah, we do have constants imported. Target, sorry, c.target width divided by 2. This is just sort of setting the camera up so that it's actually centered. That's all what an offset is in this context. Is I'm copying this from my notes. Yeah, so the target. It takes in a vector for the target position, which is kind of interesting, but considering we literally are just creating this now. You know, it's not a big deal to do it like this. We can adjust this right now. And we're going to want to just jump down to render as well, aren't we? I think it was the only places we're using this anyways. Yeah, put us partway through that. Okay, cool. Target equals player pos, and rotation equals 0, and zoom equals 1. So the camera. You know, I suppose we could considering we're going to be doing clamps and stuff for the camera, just do that same thing to the player right now as well. So if we do like is the player following the camera or the camera following the player? Well, in this case, the camera is definitely following the player because we have to assign it the player's vector, which is the boring truth. Yeah, that should be fine. Now we just do the same thing for Y. Wait. Is math not in... Hang on. Wait, what's the difference between this clamp? There's no difference. And this clamp. What's the difference? Huh? Why is the two clamps? I don't get it. Oh, hang on. Wait. Wait. Is it pointing to the same thing? Where are we here? Right, that's in math. Okay, it's not. Wait, no. It is. OLS built-in .odin clamp. I think, okay. I'm just gonna do this clamp. Why would, okay, let's see if it is a problem for some reason. I don't understand. Like, isn't there only one way to clamp? I'm so confused. There's just a redundancy, I think. That's probably just an overhang from wanting to include. They've probably just decided this should be in the standard library, clamp should be, and there's a bunch of other stuff in math that's not, but it just brings. Obviously, you still get clamp from math, which does make sense. But that's kind of a funny quirk we've just noticed. Right, so now the camera. I guess I would also do this in update. Well, I guess I haven't gotten to the point here where we're setting the camera resolution or something. I'll just carry on. Camera dot. Target dot x equals right, yeah. This is probably going to require math, isn't it? Or is floor also included? Yeah, okay. So the funny thing is, there's like a bunch of stuff that you do with pixel art games that you just would never have to do if it was just like vector art or something. So like there's so many ways that I think like pixel art games can actually be more complicated and harder to make sometimes. And this is a good example because everything is sort of expecting, like in the context of Raylib, but in almost any scenario, you would have the same thing where, you know, there's all these float values that represent movement of things on the screen. And there's good reason as well, because you would want a smoother movement as possible, right? So to look nice instead of being all jittery. But if you do that when you're trying to render pixel art, you're gonna just get all kinds of tearing and subpixel rendering and all of this stuff. It's a 2D vector clamp for X and Y. A normal clamp is only single. I don't get it. That's what I get from documentation. From the Raylib documentation, I think that's another clamp again, but in Raylib. I think. But yeah. Kind of makes sense. But yeah, it's still a little weird. I feel like clamp's one of those things that just gets constantly rewritten and rewritten and rewritten. It's like one of the simplest functions ever. You just write your own, even if you wanted, obviously. Anyways, let's carry on. So the next thing would be to yeah, this makes sense to be in its own little function and update. Looking at it, because there's definitely some potential for some clashing variables and stuff. So let's do update camera. I'm gonna get so hot if I don't take this hoodie off right now. I'm good now, but I don't want to wait to the point where I'm melting. Okay. I'm getting comfortable. I'm gonna take my shoes off even. This office is tiny. It's kind of cold everywhere else, but get this little office door shut. You get nice and warm right quick. Ah, I don't think we've. Yeah, map X and map Y. Um, um, yeah, I know we basically are going to do the same thing here, but for the camera. Um, are these? Yeah. Um, Okay. Now let's get to the fun part. What's up, Davies? Unofficial son. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're chilling. I'm good, thanks, mate. Starting to get a bit late in the UK, so I'm getting a bit tired, but I'm good. I usually program until I'm just about to fall asleep. I would just normally do that on my own, but I decided to stream it for some company. What line is this? Odin. It is a newer language. It's only like 5 years old or something. I just learned it last week and I'm really enjoying it. So I wanted to do some game stuff in it. So this project is just centered around testing out some procedural generation algorithms, and that if I like the results visually, we'll just create some procedural generation modules to use in game projects. I'm just looking at some notes on my phone. Stuff I was looking up. Okay. So apparently we can now just basically do I'm also new to Raylib as well. So I've been learning Raylib and macro UI to use in Odin. Since using Odin, that's what I've been using because both those libraries are just vended in Odin. What other languages do I know? I've dicked around with a lot of different languages. I work in Swift quite often, and C. My main game project is in C, although I'm probably going to rewrite it in Odin now because I'm enjoying it too much. It's too much fun. I've made a few tools for dev stuff. Basically, most of the stuff I do is just like game programming, but I end up with like loads of small projects on the side. Usually making my own tools. So like for game stuff, I do C. But then like I've made so many little micro tools for dev stuff in a bunch of different languages like Swift and Go and Rust. So those are the main ones, but I'm meaning to learn C. More plate is less full. C is such a great language. I I go backwards and forwards on things with different languages, but it's such a good thing. It's so worth it to learn. Even just for, you know, there's a load of scenarios where it's the best use case, but at the same time, even if it was just personal projects, there's something really great about how explicit C is with everything that I feel like it just I don't know, there's something to be gained from just by having a go with it. Don't see many cases of person who use it, but it still seems nice to learn. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think like realistically, if you're not doing some sort of low-level games programming or something that's like not, or something that's like on an embedded system or something like that, which is where I would still do it. Like I've been thinking about getting into programming guitar effects pedals recently. And you would just want to do that in C. It's too unless you kind of go to assembly or something, which would be a fucking disaster. You would just want something like that when you're talking about using something that has no juice. But anyways, okay, so let's see how this works then. So we've initialized our camera that we set up. Might be useful to learn to make UIs in C, so I can finally start working in CMD. Maybe. Right, okay, so Raylib. Draw rectangle lines. This is actually interesting. Raylib definitely loves rectangles. I'll tell you that. Everything's a rectangle. Yeah, so we're starting the drawing of a rectangle like the entries of the screen. And then we're ending drawing the rectangle at the edges of the map. Which I understand all of this completely. I'm just not totally getting how this results in the camera. Just, yeah. Because I feel like we're missing... sorry, wrong constant. Dude, I can't type. Gets to a certain time and I just can't type anymore. Option paint. What is it that you do if you mostly work in CMD out of curiosity? We're going to have to create a massive world just to see what the deal is here. End 2D mode. And everything else we're already doing. Seriously, is that it? Raylib's crazy, dude. I usually make nuclear reactor simulations. What the fuck? Is this for like a job or a hobby? Well, one thing I will say, guys, is this is that we don't know if it's working because right now our world is very small. So, shall we? Where should we go? Let's go to. Oops. Is times in it by 10 too much? Probably not. Didn't like that. We'll come back to that. Hobby mainly. When the yearly science fair I'm at school comes around, I'll make something nice. That's really cool. Good luck with all that. I mean, I was initially wondering if there's a Stack Overflow or something, but I don't know why the compiler wouldn't tell us if that's what it was. So I wonder why else. Let's try. Okay. Just boundary error. That makes sense. So what isn't coded to be able to adapt to that? Wait, what? Why have we got a source bin there? We probably don't. I bet it's gone if we just do this. Huh, wait, seriously? Oh, I know why. It's because the compiler errored before it could do a cleanup. Interesting. So is something hard coded? I'm just looking, it doesn't really look like it. Like some kind of limitation that would give us some boundary error. We could go through it in the debugger. I'm, yeah, kind of sus about this. So what else? I guess something we could try is just like if we just did like something like this. Okay. I now understand. Right, whatever. It doesn't matter. But how wide can I? How big can we go? Before it starts giving us problems. Not that wide, anyways. What about if we do like 960? We can't do that, can we? Let's do like 1920 divided by 4. 480. No, this doesn't make sense though. Well, whatever. It's for a test. It's fine. The player clamp is definitely no, definitely not right. So well, it actually looks right. Something isn't right. But we're not done yet, so it makes sense. I'm actually now just thinking, I wonder if, oh yeah, I, I, I think the reason why this is kind of weird. See, this is what I didn't really get about this bit. We might want to right, we basically do want this to work. We want it to be huge. Otherwise it's all pointless. I'm just thinking. I think let's increase our target size as well. 960. 540. For now, let's just keep this small. That might be a little bit too much. Okay, that's good. Right. Now let's see what happens when we do this. Yeah. I think I was starting to... Yeah, so the weird boundaries is actually just down to how the math on what was being clamped because the movement's in float. The smaller you get, the less precise. Okay. It's running like shit. Which is funny. I did wonder about this. We have this weird boundary here as well, again. Right. So what we need to do, the reason why, what's happening is we're basically, we are getting a Stack Overflow, which is what I initially thought was going on. And so what I actually think it is, without looking at it in the debugger, is we just need to only render stuff in view, which is what I was initially thinking, like, isn't this weird? As we're doing this, we're just rendering the entire world at once. And it's true, it's just like in the examples and stuff and the notes are taken, that's just how they've done it. But that's because it's not factoring in a giant procedurally generated world. So we could probably figure that out. Well, we can definitely figure that out. Let's do a commit before we do, though. Okay, it's 1 a.m. Don't know how much longer I'm going to go for necessarily, but what we want is we want right here, we want to split this out like this. I don't even know if we can do this. No, let's not do this actually. Let's wait, let me think about this. Yeah. We want to do something like if well, this part might not matter. If pos x times c tile size is greater, well, no, less than 0 is stupid, is less than player pos dot x plus c dot target width divided by 2. Let me just real quick have a quick, yeah, that is what we're using for that, right? Yeah, I know. I know. It wants float 32 for this. Yeah. And F32 pos y times c dot tile size is less than c dot wait, no, is less than player pos dot y. Wait, Ray lives upside down though, isn't it? So isn't it going to be greater than? Why is Ray live upside down, bro? So S is plus. This isn't it anyways. But we're getting there. Yeah. We'll continue the thought. Y dot play dot y plus c dot target height oh. Um, so this is both making sure that they're less than the upper boundary. So we just keep going with the ands. And F32 pos underscore y times c dot tile size. This is kind of horrible. We should have created a variable for this, but we're here now. Is greater than player pos dot x minus c dot target width divided by 2, and we can just kind of copy and paste and edit this. Right, so we've got x, y, x, width, y, height. Let me just double check reading over this. Player position x less than player position x plus width y height x width y height. That should be it. But I might have fucked it up. Ooh, look at that. Well, it definitely works, but something ain't quite right with the boundaries. But you can see it draws adding on textures on the left hand side of the screen. So the funny thing is, even though we're still not, obviously we're not done here, this still needs some work, but the funny thing is, I wonder if this is enough to allow us to make it look massive, even though it's still completely jank, because I just want to know. Because this may have been the only thing holding us back. No. Yeah, you're gonna wanna bake these into a texture of their own and just render that. Because I forget what the sort of limits are gonna be, but I'm pretty sure drawing thousands. Because even that number that we're doing right now is pretty big, even though the low resolution. It's still 350,000 textures. There's technically one texture, but that's a lot of draw events. You probably, if I was to guess the right way to do this, without looking it up, the same way that we're actually doing the upscaling, where we create this texture here. But then again, isn't that sort of what we are doing? Like, I think, let's see if we can fix that first of all. I think if we, if X is less than player position plus target width divided by 2. If Y is less than player position plus target height, that's it right there, look. Divided by 2, it's missing that. And X is greater than X minus width divided by 2. Y is greater than Y minus height divided by 2. Wait, what? Oh no, I see what's actually happening. Look, it's no, this is actually correct. It's just not clamped. It's actually correct. It's following the view of the camera. So it's actually working. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's actually kind of interesting. It just needs to Well, whatever. That's fine for now. We can come back to that. That's a minor issue, frankly. This is wrong. It's map XY. Yeah. And the reason he slightly go off the screen there is just because of our width. I want to see a different seed and tired of looking at the seed. Should we just give it a random seed? I'm not even completely sure what the upper limit of that is. We have math imported in here, don't we? Yeah. So let's just do like seed equals math dot rand. It's not declared by math. No input name of rand. Math/rand. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Literally importing it right there. Right, I'm gonna have to look this up. Yeah. Then docs. Core. It has to be in here. Ah, I see. Generates a random 31-bit value in range using the provided random number generator. Random 31 max. Still called fucking Rand though, innit, mate? It's the fucking LSP on. Why is it being a dick? Wait, is it? Hang on. Oh, it's a U60, a U64. Okay, let's see if we've got anything like that. Yes, we do. Unit 64 max. Uint unit. I always say it. I don't know why I always make that mistake. Okay, so question. I don't know this off the top of my head. What is the largest uint 64? I know it's quite a large number. Whatever that number is. Right. So there are people that remember these things. So hypothetically, it fits. I wonder if does it actually, yeah, it barks at us if we try and make a larger number. I wonder if we do one larger. It literally, that's great. Isn't odd LSPs and stuff cool? So hypothetically, we just made this as random as mathematically possible. All right. And that was pointless. That's just because I was bored of looking at the same thing. But at least it'll be different every time now. Okay. And it runs good because we're only rendering a portion of the screen. I was just going to check something with the we should probably create a constant for like player size or something, because we are going to want to go to our clamp and just make sure our upper limit is also minus c dot player size. Because that's why it does go off the screen only a tiny bit. Boom. 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 Oh, that's not enough, is it? It needs to be... Maybe that is right. It's kind of good. There we go. Perfect. Cool. Oh, a light just died in here. I can put that on charge behind me. I just, this is actually just a lamp. Maybe it will be helpful if I leave it do it like that. Yeah, so everything's good. I mean, we could look into clamping the sort of render distance. But I don't care that much about that right now, because it's actually working great. The random texture tearing and stuff is kind of... I guess, like, we're not using VSync though, are we? Which was probably just a thing we can turn on, I bet. Like, if we go into... I mean, should we really be looking into VSync? It feels like so off topic for what the actual mission is. Config flag. Where would you use this, I wonder? Init, Windows, oh, is Windows state, set Windows state. So you do set Windows state and then VSync. Okay. Let's try it, I guess. It's hint, isn't it? Fuck, I've lost it already. What was it? Let's actually just copy it. Oh, it's vsync hint. I didn't see anything come up for that. That's not how you do it, I guess. How? Yeah, so it must be config state must be raylib dot config. Oh, is it? Ah, fuck. It's not config state, is it? Config flags. And then vsync. No. Is this not it? That's not it. What it is it? Oh, you just do 6? Is that what it's trying to tell me? Don't know. Not worth it. Not important enough. Come back to that. Yeah, so let me think about this. So we want the minimum. To actually just be this, don't we? I think we want all of them to not be divided by 2. That way it contains the whole possible view. Yeah, exactly. So perfect. Perfect. Starting to look kind of good now. Getting a lot of savanna and grass. But we only are at the edge of a map. Right. We just want to be able to generate things that are way bigger. That's literally... like the last thing for being like set up, at least for testing like multiple algorithms. And I still don't totally get why. We should run this in the debugger, because I have a feeling this may actually be happening around the time the world is created, like maybe even at file creation stage for the CSV. It might be to do with generating or reading the CSV. Whoa, why does this text look really blurry for me right now? I'm getting weird glare in the screen. That was weird. My eye is just blurry. Where I was gonna go with this? Oh yeah, so we need to go to main. Probably just stick a breakpoint on setup. Hang on. Another fit. We need to be at source for the debugger to work. Okay. Yeah, well, it didn't take long to find it. Thread stopped due to exception bad access address. Well, shit. It's definitely in setup. It's got to be a file creation then. Got to be. There's nothing. No, there's nothing changing here. Or here. Or there. It's gotta be in here. And this is the first thing that happens. So, the question is it because we write to a file? Interestingly enough, I wrote something in C that generated a level and wrote it to a CSV instantaneously that was easily doing 1,000,000 values like this. But this ain't liking it. Um, I'm just gonna flip that over so it's not as intense. Kind of looks ass as well. Let's make it blue or something. I just figure it actually might give us more light on a different color that's useful for the camera, but I'm just wondering whether we just store it straight to an array or something. And then we can literally like save it on exit or something. But at the same time, we shouldn't have to, man. Let's take a look at some of this stuff here, some of these flags. let's ask Claude some questions about it. Wait, what was it exactly that the debugger said again? Maybe I should keep that up in a different window. Well, maybe not actually. Well, whatever. Oh, hang on. Let me. Before we do that, actually, let's try just launching the program. Nah, it's not gonna work, is it? Thread stop due to. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can. Some of this is not right, what it's saying, but. Oh. It didn't even mention this. But this actually is probably the whole reason. How did I not notice that? But that won't. I don't think this. Maybe this won't fix it. I don't think this is why it wasn't working. No. Yeah, and we know it's a stack flow. But there has to be a way to do it. Like, we just do it on the heap, right? But okay, but we are the world. It is on the heap, the actual world itself. So it's what we thought so far, but what part's being done on the stack here, though? Like, we need to... That creates a new one every time, that creates a new one every time, that creates a new one every time. So it's gonna be what, like the... No. How? What would you put on the stack in this scenario? The file variable? On the heap, rather. What do you mean? You know what? Maybe what we actually do is we write, like I said, we do what I said, where we write to a global array, which is what I said, what I initially said, right? And I said we could save it later, unclose or something, but maybe what we actually do is we do it to the global thing, so a global array, so it's on the heap, and then we and then after it's loaded, we save it to a CSV. Let's just see what it says and answer these questions. Wait, how did it... That's creepy. Has it remembered that between sessions or something? It's almost exactly what it is. Yeah. Okay. It's everything that it's not saying. It's not helping at all. It's everything that we were saying. Somewhere there has to be a local array that we're creating. Well, there isn't. Now there has to be. I wonder if it's actually this. I wonder if our code up here, where we only render what's in view, needs to be wrapped around this instead of inside it. Let's see what Claude thinks. I think that might actually be it. I don't know if I showed it this file or not. But the build purling environment, see, I was thinking it had to be this. But this is one of the things about Odin, is that like globals are package scoped. Oh, this is interesting quirk. It's just how Odin works. Oh. Um. Oh, right. Of course. This is one of those things that it's like Ginger Bill, the creator of Odin, is just smarter than I am. And that's why it works how it works. Okay, so the issue is that in Odin, if you have an array like we've got here, so basically ProcGen is happening in its self-contained module because I want it to be modular, right? Globals are only a like package scope, so like in ProcGen we can't access the world tile map array. So what I did was just have it return the array that we generate, and we assign the world, we say world tile map equals build Perl environment, because that generates an array. But what happens is it literally copies it over, and the process of copying puts it on the stack. So this isn't on the stack, and that's not on the stack, but that what's happening with the equal sign is putting it on the stack temporarily, and that's where we're getting a stack overflow. So, but what I didn't know, what I just learned, is that actually we can access globals that exist within submodules. Like not you can't access main globals from modules from packages. We can access world directly. So what the simplest thing for us to do is legit probably to go into ProcGen and change this to be world tile map. We don't return shit. That's the half the problem. Right? And then we have this assigned directly. Well, not directly, we're just changing the name of this variable. It's the same one, just really renaming it. And then in here, we don't need to do this, we just run this, right? And then we can delete this, right? And then anywhere where we need the world tile map, I can render. We just do, we import import ProcGen, and we just do ProcGen dot world tile map, I was thinking it doesn't make sense. How do you pass globals around between packages? It doesn't make sense that you have to feed them in as arguments. And this is a classic example of like we've just learned by doing, because when I was asking like AI, when I was learning the language about this, it did not mention this. It completely was wrong. And it's funny, it's like a week into learning Odin. The thing is that with small projects, it's why is this all weird? Why does it think that needs to be there? That's so scuffed. We can tidy that up too. It's disgusting, but yeah. So is that everything before we do our run? Because I want it to work first try. Let's just delete these debug files. There's nothing I forgot, is there? We need to change. I'll definitely say it's been interesting with Odin, because starting out learning Odin and Raylive together was such a pleasurable experience. Everything was so smooth sailing and just amazing, which is what's made me fall in love with it. And as it started to click with me, I've just started to do more and more sort of serious things with it. And it's definitely been less simple. But nothing where we've had like friction that I've like necessarily disagreed with and been, you know, not happy with how it works. It actually seems like an improvement on most things. Boom. Well, it compiles. And it runs. What am I missing though? Right. Um, I'm getting a little bit confused here between two different things. So the map, X and Y. Where else are we using this egregiously? Because what it actually is, right, is how many tiles. So like when we go to Berlin, it's how many tiles we can make. Let me do a grep real quick and check. Yeah, that's not right, is it? That is right. That's also not right. Right, we need to add all of these to a list. So that's not right. I'm gonna guess that's not right. That is right. That can't be right. That's obviously fine. That's fine. That's fine. Where is that? In Perlin, in ProcGen. So that's got to be fine. So let's add all those to the quick list. And then we'll do all of the quick list. So I'm gonna, well, I'll end the stream soon. I'm gonna say I'm gonna have to open the door, but I'll end the stream soon. It's okay. So what this actually needs to be is it needs to be x times c dot tile size, because it wants a resolution. This is nothing to do with tile width. We actually don't have. You know what? That's stupid even. Undo this for now. Can I maybe, just as an aside, real quick over here. Let's go to our constants. We should just do like world width. And we should actually make it so it's oh no, we can't do math here. I don't think we can do like underscore x times. Can we? Oh, we can. Well then, that's good. World width, world height. Right. So, we just change this to world width and world height. Right, and then we go to the next one on the list. Comp player world width okay world width. Have we actually missed all of the Y's? Yeah, so I guess we'll close that list. Let's start another one. We go for our map Y's. Yeah, we need to change that. Probably need to change that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And that's fine. Okay, so it's not a big deal. Okay, cool. That for real was probably causing all kinds of problems. Yo, we did it. Oops. You definitely... Ooh, this is really nice looking though. It feels slow. It's sort of hard to tell, honestly. What we should do is have the view be really far out. But add a zoom. This is getting quite good now, though. Isn't it? Pretty cool. So, I wonder if we could literally... it might start to chug even more, increasing the size of the view is the only issue. Yeah, I mean, it looks great, but I think the biomes and stuff are unnecessarily large, actually. I can't really tell if performance is actually an issue or not. There seems to be a little bit of slowdown happening. The screen tearing one I know I can fix easy. But I think there is probably something better still we can do to improve rendering, hypothetically. Like, I think we can somehow sort of bake a texture. Something pretty cool though is, I think, if we go, is it in render, camera, setup, is it maybe? Zoom. Yeah, like if I just do a 2x zoom, does it just work? I think it probably does. Ooh, that looks cool. I need to fucking turn off whatever it is that makes Mac OS do this every time I put this fucking keyboard in. Honestly, it feels quite good, performance-wise. I think we probably just can do some smoothing to the camera. That's a terrible water texture, and I knew it when I was making it. But anyway, so the cool thing about this camera system being built into Raylib is it should be really, really easy for us to implement camera zoom. Why the fuck is that a float 32? I guess, oh no, I guess it does make sense. In my context, it has to be an int. But I guess you would want smooth zooms in games that aren't pixel art. But the float 32 madness just continues. Okay, so now if we go into update, we can hypothetically do not update. What am I talking about? Import. We can do if raylib dot key pressed is key pressed raylib dot keyboard key dot space do cam zoom plus equals 1. I mean, actually what we should probably do is create a range, like, you know, we'll just hard code it, 'cause honestly it's simple. So we just do something like if cam zoom plus 1 is less than, how far shall we even go with it? I can't imagine even 2 sounds like a little much, potentially less than 3. Cam zoom plus equals 1 else cam zoom equals 1. Whoop. Why does it not like that? It's a bit weird. I think we probably have to do something to update the camera, don't we? Yeah, okay, so camera dot zoom. Yeah, that's probably what we gotta do. Camera dot zoom equals cam zoom. Wait, hang on, we need to set this to 1. Well, that's good, but let's try this. There we go. Wait. Oh. Did we find some sort of bug? What just happened? Wait, no, I know what it is. It's because we're at the edge. It's because we're at the edge. It only zooms in to the middle. That's pretty funny. Anyways, it suits our purposes absolutely fine. Well, yeah, this is what I was thinking as well. Is that we, yeah. I see what it's saying. Yeah. Yeah, it's saying to basically have a variable. Wait, does that actually make sense though? Let me think about this. So, position. Yeah, it does make sense. We're just not. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, so it's basically this bit that you basically, you wouldn't do 0 to map X and map Y. You would do you would get a position, have a variable on the update event that's basically assigned a value based on where you are in the world, and you basically have sort of a start and end range for both X and Y set there, and then this only checks between that range. Yeah, I mean, we could just use this. It looks all right. Although, actually, if we just go to here, I think it actually kind of makes a bit more sense. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we don't. Yeah. Let me think about this. What does this actually do? I think that actually works the same as what it suggested. If I'm not mistaken. Although I may be mistaken. I may have just made it worse. Somehow. Doesn't seem good, does it? Okay, whatever, dude. I'm too tired and I'm too hot. Let's just do it the way that it wants to do it. Because it's fucking broken, because this is now just completely unreadable. Right, yeah, because what you would do is you would delete all of this. Right. Yeah. Some interesting side effects here of this AI code. But it has worked. This has broken our culling, which we probably don't even need now, to be frank. Its ranges are really fucked. See, what's with the fucking rectangle? I think that doesn't do anything. I think that was some sort of shitty example. We're literally just drawing a rectangle, which is like, even when I was doing it, I was like, why are we doing this? And I even said it out loud. Like, okay, so the start. It's not minus the tile size. -1, is it? It's minus the target width. -1. Wait, is that it? Actually, that might not be right. Maybe it was right. It works like a dream now. I'm actually not sure what max does. The larger of two values. Got you. So the start is either 0 or the player position minus. This is what it's trying to do, isn't it? The target width. Wait, no, sorry. Yeah, that's the start, yeah. And the end oh wait, no, because this is after integer values for how many tiles to draw. So it isn't that. It's fuck, how would you calculate that? Yeah, that's not what it is. So you would want to do, yeah, you would want to do something like minus tile size -1 minus, wait, no, you would do player position minus C dot let's try like that, C dot target width That's what it's missing. Divided by the tile size, -1. This, the end is either the, well, oh yeah, so that's what you want, is to return the smallest one. So the maximum, right, that actually makes sense. And then the start, or the start plus target width. Is that right? Let me think about this. I think this bit actually looks right. Should probably do this as well. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think that's right. That's a very funny sentence to have said, but results in this. We've definitely optimized it now. We're just not drawing anything. I swear there's an easier way to do this, but I can't think of it. Let's just start over. This bad math that was originally started by AI. Like, AI is just garbage. Let's just leave the parts that actually make sense, and we'll work out for ourselves. Right. The start. It's either gonna be 0 or player pos.x minus c dot target width times c dot divided by c dot tile size. Right. For the end, it's either the map size or the player pos.x plus the target c dot target width divided by c dot tile size. All of these have to be ints. Which is probably why there were some issues before, honestly. What the fuck, man? I think it's the typecasting that's probably or maybe we need to just like we just need to make sure this is happening, perhaps, like first. I need to visualize what was the issue again. So it's just the start that's only doing one tile behind. Everything else seems to work good. Let's see if we go all the way to the edge. Yeah, still good. So It needs to be like minus. Right. But then that's nowhere to be seen. It's definitely maybe there we go. Oh. So now the maxes are off as well. Oh, thanks, Sinton. I appreciate that, mate. Legend. Good to see you as well. You know, I actually think that maybe this could be divided by 2 because we're going outside of the window view. Because I actually think that's what's happening is, yeah, it is what's happening. There we go, fixed it. I was being overly cautious by drawing outside of the view, but then it had, because it was based in this end range of the start range, it had twice as far to render across, kind of, if that makes sense. Oops, go away GitHub. Okay, awesome. I think that's probably just about gonna do it. I think the zoom's going to remain kind of broken. When we get to the edges, I bet. Yeah. The view doing this is normal. Yeah, I don't think we need this culling anymore because we're sort of doing... This is sort of culling anyway. Yeah, I think I might have to call it there. The sort of last thing about this Perlins in particular is it's still sort of, well, yeah, we're pretty zoomed in, aren't we? Still, you know, in terms of the resolution that's possible of with the Perlin, it's like but it's all context. Well, how good it is. It seems really good as is, I think, because like if we should be able to do ridiculously big levels now, right? If we like, we're already doing 1 million values, but if we did like don't know, do we dare we add a 0? Let's just run this first of all and just see if it explodes, because it should be fine. It just might take a minute. The thing is, this is what I mean, is like, this is ridiculous though. No, I didn't want to do it. Yeah, we're yeah. See, what would you do? Like, this is like, it's only a limitation because we are rendering every tile, and well, we're not rendering any tile anymore, but you know, we're writing all of this to a file. But realistically, if you wanted to do something giga big, like, you wouldn't really do it like this. You know what I mean? It would all be in chunks. And for a really high resolution Perlin scenario, you would basically you might be rendering little boxes or something instead of rendering textures and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And it would all be, you wouldn't be reading and writing it to a file. You'd be doing it all instantaneously and throwing it away instantaneously, essentially. Because the slow bit is the starting up. Out of curiosity, I've not run the C version of Earth and Heart in a while. Well, the C version is the only version that currently exists, right? But if we go to the world map, it does feel a lot smoother. This isn't even working right now, actually, in this version. But I bet this doesn't crash. No idea. I have literally no idea. Oh, it does. It does. It does. Fair enough. I'm only laughing because this is. I shouldn't be doing this, really. It's 100 million. Tried to write 100 million. You know, strings basically to a text file on startup in one go. Like it would be a disaster. You know what I mean? It would be a disaster. Why wouldn't it be? You just would never really do that. But obviously. I wrote open in file, eh? That's interesting. Yeah, I moved some stuff around, but it doesn't matter. We're probably sacking that off. But yeah, so that's not really doable anyways. Which is to say that if we were going to use Perlin, what we would want to do is increase the frequency or something somewhere. Here we go. Amplitude, frequency, all this stuff here. Yeah. Yeah, I think we could probably, well, where are we at here? What did we change? We could probably just multiply this by 2 or something like that. Oh, hang on, no, that's not right. Go back to active noise. It's the third argument, isn't it? Yeah, it's the third one. Yeah, so this, we could just literally, and what's the last value? Persistence, whatever that means. Wait, scale octaves, persistence. How about just moving 1 decimal place? Yeah. And then I don't know, let's double this or something. Huh. And then you could also just do like layers and layers of this stuff on top of each other as well. Generating multiple maps, doing different things to the world. Scale octaves persistence, like what does that even do? And what happens when I do like 10 persistence? Oh god. It's a nightmare. But, you know, all of this is, you know, creating weird, interesting stuff, right? But then we could also do the same thing over here, right? Like, we should see something happen to either mountains or waters doing this. Right? Yeah. There we go. Starting to see a bit more snow. It's definitely cursed. Oh, there we go. What's more sort of coast and elevation. So I think this is like just no, like an absolute no-brainer. It's just about just tweaking it to get it like exactly right, though. That's all. And like, you know, what knobs you want to be able to turn. What happens when you turn this up? I imagine something really swampy. Hypothetically, if this is like moisture and stuff. Oh. Interesting. Wait, does this actually, have we just accidentally done something that makes is way more realistic all of a sudden by making moisture super persistent? Now it feels like a ocean or giant lakes between. Yeah. So I think it's good, actually. It's just, you know, it's all about tweaking the numbers, really. So I'm going to call it there. Yeah. Let me just hit restore on that. Alright, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. I'll be back soon with some more game dev.